Okay. I see that the people still coming after yesterday's dinner, so maybe let's start with the small delay. I mean, like 10 minutes. Okay, I think that we can start because less and less persons are coming, so probably the rest will come here with a bigger delay, and we should, I think, have time for the presentations and discussions. So welcome everyone after yesterday's dinner. I'm happy that we are here, and we can start the session about the family dynamics. As you can see, I'm not Susanna Mackay, so I replaced her. but I hope it will be a good replacement. So we have 3 presentations in that session because the 4th presenter is not present. So we have a very comfortable situation because we have almost 1.5 hours for 3 presentations. So after each presentation there will be discussion. What I also heard, there is a plan for a social event like the visit to the library. This is quite old, I mean the oldest building probably at SGH in the SGH campus. So if you are interested in the history, in knowing the history of this place and you have time for that, you can sign to the list that will be collected near the door, during the break. Okay, so that was the break for technical information. Let's start the session, and the first presenter is Lin Ranu from the University of Turku and Estonian Institute for Population Studies, and she's going to present about the retreat from parenthood within the first parish. So I will prepare the presentation for you, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. We start with a quite simple descriptive exercise with Estonian fresh GGS2 data with first partnership.
Yeah. The microphone is the most important.
Wonderful. I understand. Okay. So we will start with Estonian GGS new data, first partnerships, first birth, but also separation. It comes to play. So,
sorry.
And the title is Retreat from Parenthood within Partnership. So we are interested in dynamics within partnership specifically, and this is a question mark, and I'm saying something about that. Here, maybe, yeah? So just for the background, it's very common knowledge that first birth, the age of first birth is becoming older and older, so birth is postponed. And here I just situate Estonia within its neighbors, like Finland and Russia, and we see that although this is not always the trend to postpone first birth, so there has been some opposite trends earlier, but now everybody's... So that's common knowledge. Then, of course, the common knowledge also is that there is less and less marriages, and we can gain similar comparative data for marriage. There is more and more divorce. We can gain data for divorce. But in a country like Estonia, where most of the first births definitely, or even births in general, take place out of marriage, this marriage doesn't really help us anymore. So it's something else going on with the marriage. Maybe we comment that at the end as well, if we have time. So we need some other data to really look these processes together. We did one more, a previous study, which is also behind what I'm going to talk later, is a study in Finland, and Finland is one of the very few countries where you can really observe cohabitations also in the population level. So, and that's a link to one recent paper, Rahma and Janovara, where we compared timing of first birth and partnership and marriage in Finland, and we see really this very clear discrepancy between the intensities. Like this first birth is early in life, it's quite universal. You don't maybe see it from this graph, but I can tell that most people experience first partnership, although a bit less in Finland than in maybe some other countries. Anyway, so that's early, and then this birth is postponed, it's lower level, and marriage, of course, is even less, but goes more together with birth. But so anyway, and we conclude with this paper that there is a clear behavioral trend. We also look at dynamics within the partnership, and we see that more recent cohorts tend to dissolve their partnerships before they actually proceed to parenthood. So there is a shift going on. And in behavioral level, you can see it. I don't know how conscious people themselves actually are about this shift. So that's the advantage of population level data, we can tell it. And now the question is, but yeah, whether this ideational change is also following it. Is it we can't really maybe place it on time anymore with the cohorts who have passed the time with the parental formation already. But anyway, this question is up, and I think specifically in GGS context where we have some information on attitudes as well. So the next step then would be to see whether similar trends in this discrepancy between timing of first birth and parenthood occur in other countries. And of course, we can already tell that from what we know that it probably not, it's not the case with all countries. So it really has to be quite early partnership formation also, and then late. But many countries have this pattern. So we want to see it first, and then look within partnership whether we have similar shifts also occurring, that the partnerships are more or less stable and then they don't reach to parenthood. And of course, the other goal is just to get hands dirty with Estonian data. So there will be some data-related comments as well. So we have combined pilot survey and main survey to have a little bit more people. We have only included native women just because then we know much better what we are talking about. So I wouldn't 100% conclude that that's definitely needed for this study, but we know that there is some small differences, and to understand the cohort trends, we just made this distinction right now. And then they are born in 60s up to 2000, so we really can follow like more or less 10 decades of cohorts, 4 decades of cohorts. And of course the more recent cohort is younger, but at least, so we can't really compare their full reproductive history or life course, but we can really look how it starts at least and compare the beginning, so that's still possible. So we are in event history framework. We mostly look cumulative incidences, but we also include competing risk where we study these dynamics within partnership, because we conceptualize these possibilities, like you either have first birth, and whether you dissolve afterwards or not, it has been studied much more, and we don't care so much about that. And then first birth, so which is first? And then some very small exercise with regression, which is very preliminary, but I just couldn't resist to do it. So just the data information. So first we look. It's pretty good, I would say. So assuming, considering also that we have this pilot survey that has a little bit more uncompleted histories. So I did some imputations also if I knew the date of event, the year of event, but I didn't know the months, then I imputed the months, and then it was a little bit tricky to define sometimes what was the first partnership. First birth is easy, first partnership. So if they didn't indicate specifically that yes, I had first partnership, but I just don't give information about that. If they didn't give information, then it was can't define group. But then if they didn't say anything, then I assume that the current partnership is the first, which might not be always the case, especially with the older cohorts. And we see that maybe it has some effect. But anyway, so we have nice group, and then we have also first birth, and quite many people experience the event. So that's now the competing cumulative incidences. So we start from age 16. And here, something, it's very simple, but I think it was interesting to me to see, starting with the partnerships. So I think the fact that it is not changing a lot, especially until the 80s cohort, is also very informative. Because already in a Finnish study, we kind of thought that if there is a change, like if everything is postponed, like family events, everything, so why not postpone partnerships? And I think, like, and marriage is postponed, we know. So what about this partnership formation? So, and then at least in this country context, we see that it's remarkably stable. And even even more so, it's more intensive in the most recent cohort. So this we didn't see in the Finland. We somehow had some hints that maybe it is a little bit postponed, but we can't really determine yet whether it's the fact or not, because they are too young, maybe. But yeah, in Estonia, and this might be to some extent also the data question, but I'm not fully sure whether it is, but just, let's say, more recent cohorts, they remember their partnerships better, and then they report really the first one, and maybe the older ones just dismiss the first ones, which didn't work out very well. So that could be a little bit, but still, it's a little bit opposite than I would have expected. And then, of course, with the birth, it's exactly the expected direction and very, very strong. And yeah, we can really then talk like postponement for sure, yeah, but whether is it also foregone parenthood, that's another story, but we can say something about that maybe too. So then we go to pathways within partnership. So I include with this kind of defined group also those for whom I was not sure whether what happened with the partnership. So it's a little bit maybe overestimated in a sense. I could have only taken for those who have partnership, and then whether I have the further birth information correct and separation. Separation was also sometimes complicated, and it's probably for people too complicated to say when did they exactly separate. Anyway, so we still have quite a nice group. And many events, and it's logical that this younger cohort or recent cohort has less events, for sure. They are younger. So it looks nice. So and now this is the competing risk situation, hopefully. So it should take into account this. These risks are calculated separately and then plotted together. So, of course, yeah, in the situation where one risk is much higher than other, then maybe there are some technical considerations important. But I think anyway we see the trend very clearly that the pattern changes, and we also saw in the data that really this 60s cohort didn't used to separate. They did have the first birth, and really we were very interested in this shift, which we saw in Finland too, and it was more visible maybe there, but even here we also see that this separation becomes more common event. So there is really, I think that's very important change, and because it really communicates that people experience co-residential partnerships. I think the co-residence is not just a very trivial thing. It can be more or less trivial to different people, but it's not a trivial thing. It's not just dating or something. You really live together with someone, and then you have an experience, and then we don't really know what people think. We kind of assume, we probably know much better what people used to think before, in more traditional setting, that yes, you marry, and then everybody started to ask, when do you have babies? It's time already, everybody expected. So it was a kind of decision that, yes, babies will follow. And now, since the timing is already so different, and is more individualized, this family formation or partnership formation, so this question seems to be either not there at all, or at least in behavior, it's not visible anymore. And then, of course, you have all these possibilities that maybe you didn't consider, or maybe both partners considered but thought that it's time, and then they happen to divorce or separate before they manage to have children. So this experience is becoming a norm, and that's also, I think, quite important change, but how these new recent cohorts are different from the earlier ones. And then, since it's a GGS, and there are these attitude questions, I know that it's very problematic to some extent, especially this sort of cohort trends. It's not really very valid to directly compare, but I was still interested to see whether we can do something at least, or somehow. So one of the questions that linked most to this question I was interested in was whether a child needs a father and mother. So somehow it's should communicate that childbearing is a common event, and then perhaps also these people who agree with this statement, perhaps they really also connect partnership more strongly with also prosperity, possible childbearing at some point. So, and what we see here is, and of course the older generations maybe have adapted there. So it can be that people really answer a little bit different question depending which cohort they are coming from. So, but anyway, some tendency there is that more recent cohorts, starting from 80s, tend to disagree more. So they are more flexible. That's the expected direction in a way. And then I was wondering that if I put it into the regression model, that do I see any kind of effect on like first birth, like do people differ in terms of their propensity to proceed to parenthood or not, depending what they answered. And really, that's I know that it's maybe shouldn't. But in this user conference, we can use it, at least some indication. So there was no effect in most of in the earlier cohorts, but in 80s, so transition to first birth now and controlling for this separation, we see that those who agree tend to have higher possibility to experience first birth. So somehow it seems to be really that, okay, it was also a smaller group, but it can go hand in hand, that if you are more kind of family-oriented, or however you call this, or more traditional, or however we can label it, then you consider parenthood more, and you also do something about that, and then the others maybe don't. So that's some indication in the expected direction, and since it's not only this very young cohort, which really they are just young, but it's appearing already in 80s, so it's a little bit kind of a question. So definitely a very important thing to keep observing or monitoring, like if we are developing this GGS, I think that's a very valuable information that we can't really get anywhere, and of course in the countries where this change has happened, we can't go back, but possibly, if it is something that happens mainly in some other countries too, maybe not in all countries, but that follow this Nordic pattern at least. So, yeah, sooner or later, then we might want to really keep monitoring whether these attitudes change, how it is located with the behavioral change. Because it could be that behavior changes, in this case, behavior could change earlier and then the attitudes follow, but we don't know. So that was okay. So that's all I wanted to show to you. So I will conclude that yes, in Estonia we did observe this very continuous trend in early partnerships. So, and really it was very, very, very common to, at the end of the day, even 90% or even more, like in this youngest cohort, actually experienced partnerships. So that's a good story in a way, that we are not just isolated, we form partnerships. But then with the first birth, of course, it is a different story, and the dynamics within partnership, again, I told that this separation it doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, in principle you can form a new partnership, but it always kind of is a risk of time. It's one thing, but why is it also, I think, important that that if you have experienced this like childless, I would say, or a partnership where you don't have children at some point of your life. So what's the incentive to have the child in the next part? Definitely, it might be really we also have this story that you just look for a right partner and then, or the time is right, and then you have the child with the next partner. But really, if you have this sort of pattern already built in, and everybody around you has this pattern that living together doesn't include necessarily childbearing, then it could be just it's more and more difficult to decide that, okay, now is the right time. And that's feeding this tendency that we see that it's just postponed and postponed, and then it's just, oh, we wanted to have children, but now we are too old. we don't have them. So that's something why I think this story is maybe important, and it was nice that GGS data also helped us. So to answer the question, yes, I think there is some extent we can observe, at least in some countries, this retreat from parenthood, so the link is blurring. But of course we need to study more and understand, and of course it's also that people adapt. So it's doesn't mean that really you definitely don't have children anymore, but just there has to be some sort of adaptation also to this tendency that like sometimes this more flexible understanding of partnership and family might help to make the decisions, so that you know that you can still cope even if this one partnership doesn't work out. But and that's what yes. And the last question, I will end with the question, is that really, what is the demographic incentive to have children? So we are talking about all sorts of economic situation and then all whatever else we do in the life course, but at least in earlier times, okay, you had also these parents and relatives who kept asking about your family careers. Now they don't do anymore, very nice. But at least you had this sort of demographic incentive in the sense that you started a family and somehow it was a kind of possibility, opened up a possibility for children. And now it seems to disappear. So your employer doesn't tell you that please have children now. And your partner doesn't tell it either, most probably. Or when does your partner tell that, oh yeah, now we have all the conditions fulfilled. So, and that's one of this very low fertility story, maybe, that continues, of course. It's not the end of the story. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and now it's a time for questions.
Thank you very much. I have one question and one comment. The question is, did you look in which cohabitation they got their first child? You know, you might do it the other way around. That you say, well, those who have the first, does the first child arrive in the first or in the second union? Because, you know, it might be that the earlier cohorts, they have the first child in the first union, and then the others have their child in the second union.
Yes, yeah, okay, I understand the question, and that's, with this Estonian data, I didn't do it yet, because I didn't have time. I tried to kind of look around in this Finnish data, and it was also more people there, and so I did similar exercise for second union, and I still saw the similar trend, actually, that separation kind of was in growth and first person. But and then I did some just descriptive, but I don't remember exactly. But I didn't really see anything very. I didn't report at least that, so it possibly was a little bit mixed results. But yeah, I know that it's possibly the next partner, but and definitely we need to observe it or monitor. But then again, my argument would be that really the first one, because we have had a lot of discussion about why do you look at the first, why it's just not partnerships, but I think the first one is important. and if you have this habit built on you, then it's still, it has its role, which doesn't mean that you might not have children with a fifth partner eventually.
Yeah. Okay. And then my comment is this sentence: a child needs a mother and a father. We might think, that this in modern or nowadays might become a different meaning, because in former days it might have been that they are living together, but now as you have parents or children are living with both parents after the separation, this might become back now a different meaning as compared to, I don't know, 20 years ago or so.
Yeah, this interpretation is a bit tricky indeed, but like whether it tells what I was looking for or it tells something else, but at least something is going on, that's what we can say, but we have to look further, whether it is like, and whether a child needs a biological mother and father or just a mother and father, and so on, and what does it mean? Do they need to live together, or, but yeah, I was just interested about birth. Yeah, so.
Yes, thanks for the nice presentation. When I first raised my hand, I was suggesting, or would have suggested, to run the same model for the second partnership, but you already answered that question. My interpretation would be that it's not so much about whether I have a first or second or third partnership, but whether I'm in a situation in my life course that allows me to have children, like my education is passed, I have a stable job situation. So maybe would it be worthwhile to look a little more at those economic indicators, whether they increase the risk of risking a first birth, and maybe it's not so dependent on which partnership I am in. It's
I think
happens to be the one or the other.
Yeah, I have had, and I even promised this economical aspect in my abstract, but I didn't do it yet. So in some sense, yes, I agree, but that there might be definitely some, and most probably this, because we know that the postponement is at least it started with higher educated groups, so it's more for them. But probably they also the union is started at the same time. So yeah. So maybe also for the second partnership, it's even more kind of informative that do they, if they separate first without having children, how fast they find another one. I think the Finnish, Marika Alavara has done something about this serial cohabitations and partnerships, and actually what she found was that having more partners doesn't really help you out to proceed to children. So people tended to have still less children if they were in this sort of serial cohabitation path. But it could be, there definitely are some socioeconomical gradients too. But we will look at it in the future.
Yes, it's very interesting to look at partnerships. I had to look at the number of co-residential partners by age band 30 to 41, and found there were very big differences between the countries with the latest GGS surveys, with Sweden actually being the highest, and then followed by Estonia, and the other countries, yes, being lower. So there's obviously different things happening in different countries, and yes, you just wonder why. Let's say Sweden has, as I say, their average is 2 partnerships by the time you get to into the 30s, which seems incredibly high. As I say, Estonia next, but the other countries really not so high, sort of 1 or 1.5 on average. I just wonder why the difference between the countries. You probably have no idea. Perhaps nobody has any idea.
I was also wanting, my bigger goal is to really take some a bit different country also into comparison and see, for instance, some Spain or something else where actually these partnerships are not formed at so young ages at all. So I think in these countries we don't observe probably this erosion also, but why? Yeah, I think that's. Maybe somebody else wants to reflect on that why these countries. I think it's always like what we learned with the second demographic or all these transition frameworks, that there are a combination of factors that are behind of all these big trends, and I think that's something also, it's a big enough trend to kind of not look for one reason, or there must be a combination of things. And I was just specifically interested about this possible demographic mechanism that operates maybe unconsciously also with our lives. Yeah. But definitely we need to study in order to understand fertility, I think, and it has been said in several presentations this conference as well, it has to be looked together. We know we have observed them in parallel, but somehow studying more them in connection is something that we should do.
Hello, thank you for this very interesting presentation. This reminds me a work made in France on more or less with the same topic, but with a very different idea, which was that the first union disruption was part of the transition to adulthood. As young adults may more and more live together because it's cheaper to live together when you have an intimate relationship without any explicit commitment to the future. So without wondering about eventually getting married or having a child, hope to contraception and the access to abortion, these questions can be put to an eventual future, so that it was part of the transition to adulthood also to learn to end a relationship. And then there was a second transition after the disruption, which made the first cohabitation very different to what it could have been in the past. So did you try to see whether among the young people who are in their first partnership, whether there was differences on the way they could envision the future?
The thing is that, that I can't really, I don't know what they vision, that's the thing. Yeah, but definitely it's perhaps also that we just need to really wait and see, because that's the intuitive answer that the person, if you would ask, then the person would say that, yes, this first is not important. And we had a lot of debates when we did the Finnish study, that why first, as I said, that it's something different. But then I'm just trying to come with this sort of possibility that, so how do you know that the second is different? Or in theory, I would think yes, but in reality, in practice, if I already have this one experience, what's the reasoning that, oh, now I divorce, then I'm separate, then maybe somebody had heartbroken, whatever, and then you are even more cautious in the second, maybe, or we don't know whether, and so we have to wait and see. Once they already have. Like, do they form the second? When do they form it? And really, how this fertility works out? We don't know yet. So that's a possibility. I agree that it's part of the trend, but it has a small danger that that you plan one thing and it ends up something else. But maybe not. Maybe young generations can adapt also. And we have to. And I don't know whether any policies can really support or not support. So because it's a private life, something, but to really understand, maybe some sort of like housing has been said, something that is also studied more and more in this connection, that it should be easy to. But that's why I thought that maybe in the Nordic context, where it's easy to easier to find affordable housing, or like at least more rich country, then maybe you don't have the need to move together because both, and if you are already employed and both work, so actually you have this lat, which doesn't also always help with the birth. Okay, so I don't want to steal everybody's time, but thank you for the questions.
Okay. If there are no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. I will leave my questions for the break. Okay, and I would like to invite the second person, Marion Burgschismer from University of Lausanne. And okay.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's good to see so many of you still here today. So, yes, this is what I'm going to be looking at. How does reality match expectations for what people expect and what really happens? So this is what I'm going to be talking about, and so let's move on to the data. So I use the first round, the GGS, and the countries that fielded 2 waves to the same correspondence. So as you know, the first wave was around 2004 to 2011, and the second wave 3 or 4 years after the first. So for the first part of this presentation, I'm going to be talking about Western European countries of Germany, Austria, and France, and the Eastern European countries of Bulgaria, Russia, Lithuania, Poland, Czechia, and Hungary, but just for their relationship status. So I think we probably all know the question that was asked. Imagine you have a first child or another child in the next 3 years. Even if you can't have or don't want one, what effect would it have on these aspects of your life? It asks a whole bunch of different possibilities, and the 2 that I'm looking at are closeness between you and your partner and financial situation. And could these become much better, neither better nor worse, worse or much worse? So to summarize the general expectations, in general, respondents who went on to have another child expected that having a child would bring them even closer to their partner, but they expected that having a child would make life more difficult financially. So I don't think there's a lot of surprises there. That's perhaps what one would generally think if you talk to people in general, but let's see what actually happens. So again, the questions posed in the 2 waves are: how satisfied are you with your relationship with your partner or spouse on a scale of 0 to 10? And also in the 2 waves, thinking of your household's monthly income, is your household able to make ends meet? And then a 6 level scale, great difficulty, some difficulty, fairly easily and very easily. So I could then compare the 2 waves. So what changes actually occurred? So we only looked at, in this first analysis, I'm going to go on to look at it in more detail, looked at respondents who actually had a child between the 2 waves. And so the sample sizes are quite variable for the different countries, between 100 and 700. So we're now looking at the expectations versus reality for partner relationship. So as we say, in general, individuals expect their level of partner satisfaction to increase with having a child, but this is the proportion who actually become happier. So on the left scale, it's percentage. So as we see, only a minority actually increased in satisfaction with their partner. And these are the proportions that became less satisfied, so 25 to 35%, with the different countries being slightly variable. 25 to 35% became less happy. And the most likely outcome is to stay at the same level. So let's tally actual and the expectations and what actually happened. So on the left-hand side, we have worse, same, or better, and actual worse, same, or better. So with the different colour schemes. So as you can see, if it's better than expected, then you expected it to be either worse or the same. And if it was worse, you can see the sort of little mapping of that, of actually and expected and actually worse, expected and actually the same, expected and actually better, better than expected, worse than expected. And then some numbers mapped onto these possibilities, and the highest percentage is worse than expected. However, things are not really quite so bad as they look there. The reason really for the high level of worse than expected is that many respondents classified their relationship in wave 1 as level 10, and so it couldn't go up from there. It was more likely to actually stay the same or go downhill. So, as I say, it's not really quite so bad as it sounds. However, it's still more likely to go down than go up, but it depends where you start. And of course, is partnership satisfaction quite the same as partnership closeness? Not quite the same, but it's still measuring sort of a similar concept. So let's compare what happens wanting and having a child to wanting and not having a child, or not wanting and not having. So let's have a look at different bundles of countries, because, again, the problem is sample size. So I bundled the countries into Western European countries, Austria, Germany, France, and then this is a sort of new analysis that I did, so it's not quite the same as the countries I was looking at before, similar but not quite the same. So I added in Australia here, and the Eastern European countries, Bulgaria, Russia, Lithuania, Poland, and Czechia. So these were looking at age band 18 to 39. They were childless at wave 1, and this is an important thing, still cohabiting with the same partner in wave 2 as wave 1. And so did they give a rating for partnership satisfaction in both ways? So I do some little plots for Sankey diagrams, and just with 4 levels of satisfaction, so reducing it. And because so many of these young people put 10 as the top and there were not very many unhappy, then it was just very happy was 10, happy was 9, good was 8, and not so great was 7 and below. And again, just to summarise, of the samples that I was looking at, roughly 40% wanted to have a child and had one, 40% wanted a child but didn't have one, 10% didn't want a child and didn't have one, and a very, very small number said that they didn't want a child but then did have one. Quite interesting how tiny that proportion was. So then, here are my Sankey diagrams for the Western European countries at the top half, Eastern European countries at the bottom half. So there's a lot going on here. You can perhaps make your own conclusions. So they're pretty diagrams, but quite difficult to interpret if you're looking for general patterns. So again, the left-hand columns, they wanted a child and had one. The middle columns wanted a child but didn't have them, and the final column is didn't want and didn't have. So to try and summarize these changes in relationship statuses, so again, the Western European countries at the top, Eastern countries lower down. And as I say, either way, whether they had a child or didn't have one, the most likely outcome is that the relationship stayed the same. But it was slightly more likely to get worse than to get better. So about half stay the same level, whether or not they have a child. However, those that don't want a child are less happy at wave 1. So this is on this right-hand side, that the blue band at the bottom starts off larger than the other bands. So these are the 7 and below level of satisfaction. So start to wonder, if you don't want a child, is it because you're not happy with your relationship? Is there a sort of reverse causality? Otherwise, the patterns are really not dissimilar between wanting one and having one, and wanting one and not having one. And again, between Western European countries and Eastern European countries, not a great deal of difference. So I think I've said that. And we need to remember that actually, from other studies, a decline in relationship satisfaction is normal over time. So you start off sort of starry-eyed, and then reality starts to hit after a while. The other thing that, of course, that I haven't been able to include here is, of course, some partners will have split up in between the 2 waves. So ones that have split up, we can't compare their level of satisfaction, or should it go to 0? It's difficult to say. So let's have a look at the expectations and reality of actually having a child on finances. So this is the change in ability to make ends meet between wave 1 and wave 2. So this is a proportion who found it harder. So again, only a minority, under 50%, actually found it harder to make ends meet. Varies quite a lot country to country, and with the, variations between countries. And that's the proportion that found it easier. 20 to 30% actually found it, that's actually making ends meet became easier between wave 1 and wave 2. And that's the adding in the proportion for whom it stayed the same. So again, many find no change. And of course, some of these waves were across 2008, and so the financial crisis could have had an effect for some of these countries, some of these contexts. So again, this mapping out onto how expectations and reality actually panned out. And unlike the previous slide, the highest proportions were on the better than expected line, so the one up from the bottom. There are a significant number with who it became worse than expected. The top line, expected and actually worse, not insignificant. But yes, perhaps better than expected is larger than you might have expected. So many people expect that having a child will have an adverse effect on their finances, but the outcome is more likely to be better than expected. And for many couples, there is little change. So again, let's compare with actually having a child or not having one. Again, Sankey diagrams. So I just did 3 levels of financial situation. Easily includes the green band is very easily plus easily. The fairly easily just stays the same because many people say that category. That's the blue band. And with difficulty, I include great difficulty, difficulty, and some difficulty. And that's in grey. So those are the diagrams of where people actually move between the 2 waves. Again, Western countries at the top bundled together, Eastern countries at the bottom bundled together. Left-hand bars, they wanted a child and had one. Middle section wanted a child and didn't have one. And the right didn't want and didn't have. So, again, a lot of information there that you can try and look at, digest. So again, some summary statistics. But as you can see, more than half, so these are the top lines of each box, more than half stayed the same whether or not they had a child. However, those that don't have a child are somewhat more likely to be better off financially than if they had had a child, and vice versa. Also, if you look at the final column, you can see that, particularly for the Eastern European countries, that grey bar at the bottom is biggest at the beginning in wave 1. So, wonder, is financial stress a possible or likely cause with couples not wanting and not having a child? So they don't want and they don't have. So a bit like the partnership, if you're starting off with a relationship that's not that great and or you're having financial pressure, again, you say you don't want and you don't have. So just some comments on the results. Reality doesn't really match expectations in both good ways and less good ways. Most couples have a high level of satisfaction with their relationship with their partner through the birth of a child, although there are quite wide variations between countries. This level of happiness, closeness, reaches a peak during pregnancy and then drops off when a child is 1 or 2 years old. That's a published paper that I cite there. Again, something I've found with the analysis, men tend to be happier with the relationship than women, and Austrian and Polish men are very happy, Russian women the least. There's a wide variation in how easy or hard it is to make ends meet. It's quite easy for Austrian and German couples and hard for Bulgarians and Russians. And couples in Eastern Europe tend to take a harder financial hit with childbearing than in Western European countries. And although we have to also say that childbearing has traditionally been at a younger age in the Eastern European countries compared to the Western European countries, especially at that period. Of course, it's become later in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I hope that there are questions to that as well.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm very happy that you contribute in exploitation to waves of the panel survey. So that one of my question is about whether you have differentiated between having the first child and the second child, because usually mothers and fathers are more informed about what is having a child and whether it can contribute to happiness or not, and how far.
I think we have a bit of a problem with sample sizes, and it's a while since I did this analysis, especially the first part, and so I can't quite remember whether I looked at it and whether it was different. So it would be interesting. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I found it very interesting, and I have a question on satisfaction questions in the database, because I have also found that there's a huge proportion of people that tend to answer that they are in a 10, in a 1 to 10 scale on satisfaction with life or satisfaction with the partner. I don't know, that kind of rings a bell when you see it, because for two reasons. First, because you tend to say, well, this can be true. Not that many people are so happy with their lives and their partners, but also because as a researcher, you want more variation in your variable sometimes, and then you have a lot of people in a 9 or in a 10. So if you come up with this and thought about, cross-classifying those cases with a variable, or if you found it problematic and try to think of alternatives for that questions. That's my question. Thanks.
Sorry, what's there a question there?
I'm struggling with English. No, that I found in satisfaction question in GGP databases, like a proportion of people very satisfied with their apps or their partners, that it tends to be bigger than expected or than I would have imagined. So in many cases, I guess that you can maybe treat those cases with alternative classifications or try to cross-classify with other satisfaction questions. So I was wondering if you thought about that, or if you find problematic at all or not, that so many people tend to be a 10 in a 1 to 10 scale satisfaction with, for example. Or maybe it's true, maybe people is very happy with their partners.
Yes, let me just go back to the Sankey diagram. There is movement that's, yes, and it does go up and down. It is a problem that so many people, I don't know, it's less than 50% say, sort of give a rating of 10. And so there is some movement. It's not everybody staying the same. It would be interesting to look at who's going up, who's going down. And as I say, because I only looked at whether had the same partner in both waves, perhaps I should also, for those partnerships that broke down between the two waves, add in an extra possibility, sort of adding them to the blue line at the bottom that had obviously their relationship actually failed. I'm not sure. As I say, there's need to firm up exactly what questions and what sort of analysis would be best to really summarise this. Yes, it is a bit complicated when everybody says how happy they are, but there is movement, and as I say, previous studies have found that there is, as I say, a peak just before and when a couple start a pregnancy, and it goes down from there, and then goes down right until the child is sort of in the teens, I think, and then it goes up again. So just sort of looking forward to the future of what might happen, and it's closely tied to life satisfaction, the questions on life satisfaction.
Other questions? If not, let me comment a bit this, because I think it allowed me to understand better what was the reason for implementation and the outcome of the policy introduced in Poland. I mean, 500 plus. That's the cash benefit for families with children. So if I understand correctly what you have presented, the expectations are usually that there will be the huge loss in income, and finally it's not so huge, or the perceived in the interpretations of the families it's not very big. But on the other hand, okay, in Poland, it hasn't increased the TFR for a long period of time, so probably it finally doesn't matter. So my small question is, what can be the policy conclusion from your research? I mean, how to increase the satisfaction?
Yeah, how to make this reality that people are aware of the impact of cash benefits or financial support for families, and will it make a difference in their decision making? Because I think whenever I've discussed it with it, sort of like everybody expects a child to make you poorer, and yes, actual studies have shown that's not true, at least in the short term. But of course, when you have children reaching their teens, that's, I think that's a different matter. And sorry, ask a question.
I just wonder whether your figures also might tell a story that couples, when planning a family or becoming parents, are afraid of losing money, and so they work against this scenario. And for instance, German fathers work more hours on average than childless men in Germany. So maybe couples make sometimes bad choices in terms of trying to maintain an income level, and by making this choice causing stress because they don't have enough time to care for each other and care for their children. So maybe it could also be a story encouraging couples to reduce their work hours a bit and go along with a little income loss and try to maintain a better relationship quality. Would you support
You
such
mean
an
in the
interpretation?
same sort of way that pre-retirees are encouraged in some contexts to reduce their hours before they retire, so the change is not so great? Is that what you mean? Or not quite?
I just could imagine that couples shortly before becoming parents, in particular men shortly before becoming fathers, make a decision, and that is a decision to rather increase the work hours, try to achieve a higher position, better paid position, because they're afraid to lose income and be poor and in the street and homeless, and they maybe are too afraid, and they should be a little more relaxed about it and rather make a decision towards reducing their work hours and be more afraid of their relationship quality. So that the couples are just making bad choices because of the expectations which you presented. Could that be?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and when I was discussing this with somebody else, a sociologist, she was saying actually it is also known in the literature that having a child benefits the income of a man, but not a woman, because men become a bit more domesticated and focused on actually providing for their families. There's also less possibility to spend money on some things when you have a small child or when you have a child at all. So actually the expenditure will change. So instead of your holiday in the Maldives, you're buying a pram or a pushchair, and they're not quite the same. So yes, it's the income might stay the same, the outgoings will change in aspects, but the overall balance will tend to be the same. But yes, I'm sure that the message is not getting through that having a child is expensive and is going to make you poorer. However, yes, that shows that actually if you don't have a child, you're likely to be better off. So it's not that having a child makes you necessarily poorer, but if you wanted one but didn't have one, then you might have been better off. But not wanting one might be because you don't feel you can afford one. So I think basically these are all really interlinked.
Okay. Thank you once again for the answers, and let me invite the next presenter, Martin Kreidl from Masaryk University. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. This is joint work with Dominika, who is sitting there in the 6th row, whom you had a chance of meeting yesterday during the poster session. After I finish my presentation, I'm hoping that you will take all the difficult questions. So I'll be ready. Thank you. This is a paper about specific kinds of disagreements between partners and their separation proneness. And we focus on disagreements about sex. I need to start with a broader exposure that led me to this textbook. This is a textbook on sexuality in close relationships, which was written more than 10 years ago and published exactly 10 years ago, and was edited and co-authored by several highly influential authors in that field of sexuality and intimacy studies. I will borrow two ideas. I will quote two ideas from that textbook that actually inspire and frame our analysis. In the introduction, the introduction, by the way, is called "Why a Textbook on Sexuality in Close Relationships is Warranted." So they want to defend the idea that we should study. Well, it's quite surprising that someone wants to defend that idea, but really, this is how they frame the introduction, that we should pay more attention to sexuality in close relationships. They say that even though research on sexuality and research on close relationships had proliferated in recent years, links between those two areas have been, as they say, less systematic and less developed than some other areas pertaining to close relationships. They, however, also note that there's one exception to the rule, and that is research focusing on sexual satisfaction and relationship stability. They, however, also point out in a later chapter that there has been, quote, relatively little empirical work that would reverse the perspective and would look at the role of conflict over sexual issues in relationship instability. Well, what is relatively little empirical work? Well, it turns out that there have been so far only 2 empirical papers that looked at those at the link between those two areas. What is striking is that those 2 papers actually achieved completely contradictory results. Tony Watt found a statistically significant association between sexual disagreements and desired divorce among women, but not among men. And this other paper by Brandon Wheeler and Jennifer Kerpelman in Journal of Relationship Research found the exact opposite. One motivation, in addition to those inconsistent results, one additional motivation for us to revisit the issue was the fact that both of those papers were based on one survey, a panel survey of families and households that was initiated in the late 1980s. So the survey was representative of the adult population of the United States some 40 years ago. No other countries were ever examined, and no more recent data were utilized. So we thought, well, this is a nice occasion for us because, yes, the GGS has got questions about disagreements, including disagreements about sex, and also has measures of relationship stability and instability. Note that those 2 papers that I cited, they have one thing in common, and it is the fact that they split the analysis by sex. So they studied men and women separately. They do not make an explicit argument, or not a very explicit argument, regarding why men and women should be studied separately, but the implicit reference is to what is typically called traditional masculine and feminine gender ideologies. Simply, those ideologies are ideas that dictate which behaviors, thoughts, and feelings, perceptions, and expectations are appropriately masculine and appropriately feminine. And they, therefore, should also somehow influence how people think about sex in lasting unions. So, for instance, and again, I will be quoting some authorities, according to those ideologies, at least as they have been described in the literature, men should be assertive, dominant, and have a high sex drive, whereas women should be passive, compliant, and have a low sex drive, never initiating sex, but remaining receptive to their partner's advances. When I read those, I maybe a little bit ethnocentrically, I felt, well, they are describing some world that is quite distant to where we live and how we live today. But maybe that's just my personal ethnocentric observation. But certainly, there has been some research showing that women really, well, the other way around, men are the ones who tend to judge the overall quality of their partnership by the quality of their sexual relationship. This is one quite famous paper by Susan Sprecher in the Journal of Sex Research. Yes, again, quite a long time ago published, but nevertheless frequently cited and highly present in the field. So, this is our aim. We want to revisit this issue. We want to use the most recent panel data that is available, which is the GGS Round 1 panel. Is certainly more recent than the data set that was used by other authors previously. And of course, we have a set of countries other than the United States, so we want to see to what extent hypotheses that were developed and tested in the US also function in other contexts. So our focus is on the differences between men and women, and our research question is whether or not the differences between men and women in this era persisted to the 21st century. And based on the existing literature, we formulated this hypothesis that perhaps the effect of sexual disagreements is stronger among men than among women. We took all available countries and all available respondents that could be used for the analysis. We needed respondents who coincided with their intimate partners at wave 1. So we have almost 20,000 respondents from those 7 countries. The dependent variable is separation proneness. Even though the general idea was about union instability, we needed people, we needed a concept that would be gender asymmetric, whereas separation concerns a man and a woman, 2 partners, and when they separate, there's 1 man and 1 woman separating. We needed something that could be asymmetric, so this is why we chose separation proneness. You know the question from the questionnaire. There were around 7% of respondents who were separation prone at wave 1. Interestingly, separation proneness is not a very stable phenomenon. So only 28% of people who were separation prone at wave 1 were also separation prone at wave 2, which is to some extent a good thing because the variation and the movement in and out of separation proneness is what helps us estimate our models, or some of them, actually. Then we have disagreements, and there is I think 6 or 7 areas of possible disagreements. Disagreements about sex and the other things. Disagreements about sex is the key independent variable we control for the average frequency of the other disagreements in our models, and we also have some other controls, including sex, education, age, type of partnership, cohabitation versus marriage, and country of residence. Well, for the sake of simplicity and brevity of this presentation, I will focus on one kind of statistical model that we use in the paper. And it is a linear probability model of separation proneness at wave 2, regressed on separation proneness at wave 1, sexual disagreements at wave 1, and the other controls. All of them also measured at wave 1. And then this model, this is an additive model, then we can add an interaction between respondents' sex and sexual disagreements into the model and test whether this improves the model or not. And this is the key test of our central hypothesis. Estimation was done using the full information maximum likelihood to minimize distortion due to missing data on covariates. We didn't make an effort to do anything about panel attrition. This is just a solution for situations in which respondents who were interviewed twice did not provide values of some of the variables in the analysis. Well, so the results. These are 2 models, one without the interaction, the other one with the interaction. This is too small for you to read, so I will just take out the part that is most interesting for the purpose of this paper. So model 1 is the one without the interaction. Model 2 includes the interaction. And perhaps first we should start by comparing statistically those 2 models. Information criteria indicate both of them consistently, and also the Wald test. They quite consistently indicate that the model with the interaction is a better one. So we should focus on its parameters. Obviously, people who were separation prone at wave 1 were more likely to be separation prone at wave 2. That's not a big surprise. Then look at the effects of sexual disagreements, which are here. This is the effect among women. So no sexual disagreements is the reference category. And as you move up the scale of frequency of sexual disagreements, the probability of being separation prone at wave 2, net of separation proneness at wave 1, increases by up to 13 percentage points, which is a significant effect. This is among women. Here is the interaction between sexual disagreements and respondents' sex. This is for this shows the deviance between the effects for women and the effects for men. It could be a little bit difficult to figure out how to combine those effects, but certainly the effects of sexual disagreements are weaker among men, according to our data. If you visualize those effects, you obtain a graph that looks like this. You can read it in many different ways. So the blue line is for women, the red line is for men. From left to right, the frequency of sexual disagreements increases. So, of course, both among men and among women, with increasing frequency, the likelihood of separation proneness increases. Also, you can read it vertically, comparing men and women, and for each frequency, women are actually more likely than men to contemplate separation. So this is really completely against the hypothesis, against the literature. We did estimate other models as well to show how robust our findings are. They do not provide that strong evidence in favor of the stronger effect among women. But certainly they all indicate that the starting hypothesis is not valid. There's absolutely no evidence that that among men disagreements, sexual disagreements would lead to higher probability of separation proneness. And some of those models, like the one that I presented, indicated even the opposite, that the effect is actually stronger among women. Now, what are the theoretical and practical implications of that finding? Well, one way of framing the results would be to say that maybe the traditional gender ideologies simply did not persist. Maybe the gender revolution has gone far enough to erase at least that particular difference between men and women in the private sphere. But we could also, when we compare the old US survey with the newer European survey, there are many degrees of freedom that we could use to interpret the result. And we will never know for sure which of the differences between those contexts is responsible. So time change is, of course, one possibility, but we could also point out other differences between the US in the 1980s and Europe in the first decade of the 21st century, including, lesser degree of inequality in Europe, stronger welfare states that perhaps make it easier for people to separate or to think about separation. So we do not really know, but certainly I think, at least for the time being, I would suggest that we should revisit the idea that those traditional gender ideologies have been that persistent as some authors seem to suggest. So that's it. I will be waiting for questions and suggestions, especially with respect to how to interpret the result theoretically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great presentation and opening new, fields for research. My question is there is one of clarification and the other is quite of remark. This change of proneness, divorce proneness, is it measured on the longitudinal sample or on the cross-sectional sample? So that means the change between 6 point something to 1 point something. Before the...
So Y sub 2 is separation proneness at wave 2, and Y sub 1 is separation proneness at wave 1.
Yeah.
So we are measuring sort of net effect.
Yeah, my question was because that means that those who were unsatisfied or separation prone, they are separated at no more in the model.
Say that again.
So the difference between this 6% and 1% with separation proneness in the first and second wave, whether it is the result of that 5% is divorced and they are no more in the sample.
Yeah, well, the people who divorced between wave 1 and wave 2 are not in the sample.
Yeah. Good. Then, okay, thank you. And my question is then, have you tried to make the same analysis regarding the people in the first wave and the separation proneness in the first wave and sexual dissatisfaction in the first wave? Because 3 years can be quite far in order to have an effect.
No, we didn't try that. We didn't try that. Our reading of the literature was that people are very often debated the issue of endogeneity, which causes which. And it looked like not only in those 2 papers that studied sexual disagreements and union instability, but also the other papers in the broader field that links sexual satisfaction and union satisfaction or union stability. They almost universally use panel data to really get some idea of what causes what. So the simple design we did not even consider as something that could be interesting, honestly.
Quite far from that means as a causal mechanism that can be very many different events in between, and that's why I think, of course, you are right with the causal relation. The problem when the genetic is clear, but for me, as a kind of, how to say, checking some of the relations and not saying that that is the relation would be perhaps also giving some more information about.
Yeah, well, I think I should ask Dominika whether she did something on top of what we discussed between ourselves and what is present in the paper. I don't know. Did you do anything cross-sectionally, purely?
No, the only thing that we did was look at how sexual disagreements to wave 1 affected the actual divorce or dissolution between the waves. And we also found an effect of sexual disagreements on dissolution there, but of course there wasn't a gender difference because dissolution includes both partners.
I was a bit wondering, thank you for the great presentation, I was a bit wondering whether the results you show could also just display that women, no matter regarding their sexual disagreements, have a higher proneness to separate. And I wanted to suggest or ask whether it could be maybe more convincing to calculate 2 separate models like those papers did, which you had cited in the beginning, instead of showing the interaction effects in one single model, because then you could directly compare the effects of the 2 models.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad that you pointed out an earlier version of the paper did exactly what the other people before us did, and the reviewers and editors in a journal were so strongly against it that we didn't even consider debating that decision. So yes, we pooled men and women together to formally, statistically test for the significance of the interaction. But I think even substantively speaking, there is 8 percentage point difference between the probability of separation proneness at the highest level of sexual disagreements. So substantively speaking, this is a significant effect, I think. So we felt that we didn't need a statistical test, but what do you do if 3 reviewers and an editor tells you need to do it differently? Of course, so we did it. Your argument, your point about are they going to separate in the end or not? That's an interesting one. Of course, it is still possible that they just women more frequently think about leaving their partner, but they may not act upon that thought. we did not check that link. But I think anyone is welcome to do it. I mean, you saw the literature. The literature now consists of 2 published papers and 1 under review. So you could be the 4th author in a row. So there is, in my view, I was quite surprised. There is apparently so much low-hanging fruit in this area. Most people, as I read even the textbook and the other journals, some of the papers were cited here. 90% of this research about sexuality and intimate relations is based on qualitative data. Very few people really use quantitative data. And we have the data. The data is here. Many of you were involved in producing and collecting the data. And of course, there are many research questions remaining, which, in my view, makes this a really exciting research endeavor. So do it.
Okay, I think that we can move the discussion to the break. I think the next session is going to start 11:15. And Professor Kotowska wants to say something.
To this proposal to visit this old library. So it would be possible to arrange this visit within 1 hour. You can leave your luggage here. We will go to this library. The building is just behind the main building we have already visited yesterday. It is interesting, I would say, example of the architecture. The library was built in 1930. So I think for these people who have some time, it would be very interesting to see this building. And please say Victoria, write on the list who is interested in this, because we need to announce them how many people will visit and so on.
See the question.
Sorry? No. After closing our conference. So we will close it at 1 o'clock, then we will have this lunch here, and then we could go to the library and be back to take your luggage to go to your home. Sorry? It's about 1 hour, so it's 10-15 minutes to go there, and half an hour, something like that, in the building, and then we will be back here. Okay? Thank you.
So now we can officially start the break. Thank you.
So the list to sign up is at the welcoming table if you want to.
Okay, sorry. So I'm happy to start a very interesting session, but not happy that it's the last session. We have three papers for this session and still time for discussion. So I propose to raise questions just after the presentation. The first presentation will be by Alan Poor from the Estonian Institute for Population Studies.
So, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. The presentation will be on the relationship between division of labor in the family and fertility intentions, and it will be based on Estonian material. It's a joint work with my colleague Mark Gortfelder from Demography Unit at Tallinn University. And it is, to a big extent, work in progress. So, in the context of GGS research on this connection is not new, of course, and the main novelty of our work is related to the fact that we are using the new data, which has become just recently available. And in a previous study, Mark has looked into the same issues based on an earlier GGS data from Estonia, and basically the result was that he didn't find any significant effects. So we were very much interested to see what is the case with the new data. Okay, you don't need much background here because as many of studies into this direction, we also proceed from the ideas of the gender revolution theory, which means that there is an assumption that we have a two-stage developmental process in these relationships, and in the second stage the men's increasing involvement in their family will contribute to will ease the burden of women, and through it then contribute to recovery of fertility rates. So it's a quite well-known theory, and if we look at empirical evidence, then it is as it tends to be the case with such broad theoretical frameworks, that the empirical evidence is not always fully supportive. And with aggregate level studies, support mostly comes from cross-sectional research. And if you look at studies which have taken a longitudinal approach, then the support becomes weaker. But of course, for our study, most relevant literature consists of micro-level studies which have directly addressed this relationship between division of roles at home and fertility intentions. And if we want to briefly summarize this research, then yes, on the one hand, there is much evidence of the positive relationships, but on the other hand, it's also clear that this relationship is quite complex, so that these effects depend on what types of tasks are considered. There are clear differences between men and women. There is variation by parity and naturally by country context, and last but not least, it is also not only the division of roles itself which matters, but also the perceived satisfaction with the division of roles. Well, against that background, we have some quite simple research questions. We ask what is the association between a division of housework and fertility intentions first, and then between division of childcare and fertility intentions. And we also ask how these two relationships then vary by three characteristics: gender, parity, and couple type. And under couple type, we mean here dual earner versus single earner couples. And here you see our hypothesis. We, of course, expect to find some positive association between egalitarian division and fertility intentions, but we think that these associations are not uniform, so they are more prevalent among women and more prevalent among parities 1 and 2, and also among dual earner couples. So, as I mentioned earlier, we use GGS2 data from Estonia. Our study population consists of both men and women who are currently in co-resident heterosexual partnerships, and we constrained our sample so that we include couples where the female partner is aged from 18 to 42, and this left us with analytical sample a little less than 3,900 couples. And in order to increase this number, we merged our pilot and full survey. Our dependent variable is short-term fertility intentions, and we have two main explanatory variables, one on division of housework and the other on division of childcare. And based on these multi-item questions in the GGS questionnaire, we have constructed summed indexes to find out the division between partners. I'm briefly showing the distributions of these key variables. This is the first index of housework. Here we consider 3 tasks, not all tasks, but 3 which have most traditional division. And they are preparing meals, cleaning, and doing the laundry. And this index has ranges from 3 to 15, meaning that 3 is that woman always does these tasks. 9 is an equal division, and 15 is then the division when all tasks are done by a male partner. And for the purposes of the analysis, we have categorized these variables. On the top of the slide, you can see the distribution between these 3 categories. So roughly 60% of couples have a division where woman does more, 40% have a division where which is equal, and then a tiny 2% fraction are couples where men does more. And we also have an alternative version of this index, which now considers all housework tasks, all 6. And here you can see that the proportion of equal division gets slightly bigger, from 40 to 47%. And a similar index for childcare. Here, the proportion of equally dividing couples is close to 50%. And here is outcome variable with unsurprising differences by parity. we use very simple analytical approach. We fitted a series of logistic regression models, and all our models are then separate models by gender and parity. And we introduced these housework and childcare indexes first individually, and then after that jointly in the model to see how much these effects are interrelated. And there is also a lot of controls, demographic and socioeconomic ones, in all these models. I'm showing the results first for women. This is our first housework index, which considers 3 tasks where the division is more traditional. And here, of course, the main interest is related to this couples with equal division of roles. And as you see, we have one significant positive effect among one-child mothers. They have a higher intention to have a second child if the division of housework is equal. Then we made the same type of models with the full housework index. We were somehow prepared that this effect will go smaller because we include tasks which are more equally divided. But actually, what happened was the opposite. We see that instead of one effect, we have one significant effect. We have 2 significant effects now, and these odds ratio for the equally dividing couples got stronger, and p-value got smaller. And in addition, we have this another significant effect, which is negative for couples where men, childless couples where men do more work. Okay, then index or result for the childcare index. The pattern is very similar if you compare with the previous slide, that we have 2 effects. One is positive, one is negative. And the only difference is that these effects are kind of shifted towards higher parity, that this positive effect is for women is no longer among women with 1 child, but it is now among women with 2 children, meaning that we are talking about an intention to have a 3rd child, and the negative effect for couples where men do more housework is among couples with 1 child, and by definition we don't have here childless couples. And as a final step, we put these 2 indexes for housework and childcare in one model, and basically the result stayed the same. So there were not big differences in any of these statistically significant effects, which suggests that the associations between housework and fertility intentions on the one hand, and on the other hand between childcare and fertility intentions are independent, or are not interacting here with each other. And as a final step, we then run the same model for dual earner couples, a smaller subset of cases, and the expectation was that the effect will become stronger. And here what we got. It's true that the effect got stronger, but it strengthened only for the childcare tasks, and odds ratios are bigger, and we have also a significant, marginally significant effect for couples where men do more childcare work, but at the same time, the effect for the housework became a little bit weaker, not too much, and it lost significance. But the loss of significance is mostly due to the fact that we are now running models with about 40% smaller sample. If we had the same size of the sample, this loss of significance would not have happened. Then the results for men, I'm not showing all these sequence of these models, but only the final model. And as you can expect, there are less effects. We found only one marginally positive effect for childcare. Fathers of 2 children who are dividing childcare work equally with their partners have higher odds of having a third child. And of course, the mechanisms here for men and women behind these positive odds ratios must be different. So now you have seen a lot of different slides with different models. We tried to summarize the main results into one table, and this table is basically looks like this. So we have 3 positive effects in our study. There are 2 effects for women and 1 effect for men, and parity-wise, these positive effects are concentrated on among 1 child and 2 child couples. So if we compare this to our hypothesis, so then all these 5 hypotheses which we formulated at the beginning of these previous studies were more or less supported. And as I said, this is still a work in progress. For us, an interesting question is that has there really been a change from the first wave to the second wave? Has these positive effects which we observe emerged during the last 15-20 years, and we are thinking whether we can provide a definite answer to that, and this is not easy because there are alternative explanations or alternative reasons why maybe we could not see this effect in a previous study. And there are 2 reasons: a smaller sample size, and second, the scales of the questions were a bit different in the previous Estonian GGS. We didn't fully follow the international standard format. So this is basically the story which I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, some comments, questions to Alan.
So thanks for the great presentation. Just a few comments that may inspire you to change the models a bit, if you agree with what I had in mind. First thought is, if I remember correctly, there were about 2% of respondents saying that men are doing a larger share of the housework. Yeah. So if I'm doing the math correctly, there should be a very low case number, like a small 2-digit number, even a 1-digit number of respondents saying so. And so I wonder whether that third category, how it even can be significant. I was a bit surprised, and I wonder how trustworthy that is. So intuitively, I would probably just have dichotomized that scale into 2 categories, but that's just a question. The second remark I wanted to make is, would it be maybe worthwhile trying an interaction with gender ideology? You have double income couples where this effect would be more pronounced. Maybe it could go into a similar direction if you had people agreeing that both partners should contribute and others disagreeing. So in those cases, maybe the effect would even be the other way around. Yes, those 2 remarks. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for these comments and questions. Yeah, I fully agree that we still have room for elaboration with these indexes and how we categorize these our variables. Actually, with the second housework index, it's a bit different, and in these final models, we used this kind of specification. And also, it is possible to include questions on the attitudes about on sharing the work in the family, but we have not yet come to this point. We were experimenting with satisfaction questions, how satisfied people are with the division, and we saw that when we included these satisfaction questions, then nothing changed. So in this respect, these results seem to be quite robust.
And another question, I was quite puzzling about the results regarding the parity differences. So how can we explain that, or what can be behind that? There are differences between if having 1 child, 2 children, 3 and more children.
Yeah, the common approach in these studies is to look parity-wise the results, and I think one thing here is clear that for childless couples these effects should be much less important. It applies only to housework. By definition, there is no question about childcare. But yes, we were thinking that we have to go once again through the literature and see what previous studies have said exactly about, or what ideas have been given about these parity differences. My own guess is that for example, for childcare, there is simply each child adds the amount of work to, and therefore we could somehow explain to ourselves that the effect with 2 children is stronger or significant compared to 1 child. And as you notice on this last column, there are small plus signs. That it means that in these really large families, there are actually positive associations and odds ratios bigger than 1. But as the sample size gets so small, we cannot reach a significant conclusions. So one avenue to go forward, therefore, is to do some comparative research where we can merge data from several countries and maybe then see these effects also getting significant. But at the same time, it is clear that families at each parity, particularly at these very high parities, are select group, and there is a question how we could take into account in such type of analysis this selectivity. Maybe some attitudinal questions, but we have not really had time to think about this.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. This is time to move to the second presentation, also by a colleague from Estonia. The topic is Fertility Intentions Association Among Men in Estonia. Lili, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me here. It's very good to be back at the GGS conference and present some new exploratory work and very much work in progress. So I didn't change the title of my presentation, but I do restrict the findings that I will show from different analyses that I did. And I will focus on mental well-being associations here. So I guess we all are aware that well-being, and especially mental well-being, is increasingly important in individual lives and decision-making processes. And there has been maybe more growth in self-awareness, especially among the younger cohorts. But also perhaps there is more dissociation trends. There has been a lot of talk of uncertainty and precarity growing in societies. So that might all affect also well-being and mental well-being and related decision-making. So that is why it's important to understand that part. Also, I would say that mental well-being, especially that of men, has been quite stigmatized until recently, at least in Estonia, and especially in some circles. So mental services have not been supported for young people, maybe so much for, at least in some circles. So it's important to bring that topic more into the table. And as we all probably know, fertility intentions are individual level measures that are used or assumed to predict fertility behavior, but they're also embedded in personal, social, cognitive, and mental contexts. And while fertility research and public messaging has been more recently very much focused on women, which is perhaps useful in awareness regarding decision-making processes among women, but it might have also affected the shift towards increasing the responsibility of these processes also more on women. So, which also might then affect the well-being and mental well-being of both men as well as women. So the link between fertility intentions and well-being can be still considered under-researched topic. And in the theory of planned behavior, which is the basis for fertility intentions, these psychological context is usually used as a background context, which then influences the attitudes, norms, and beliefs that then affect construction of intentions. And the literature that is available there, studying this topic, has found that people that are happier tend to become more likely parents, or also are more likely to want to become parents. Also couple level as well as country level analysis has brought that out. And I think also, one of the presentations today was bringing that out quite well. Then a study for Hungary that looked at fertility intentions and realization over time found that life satisfaction matters for realization of intentions, and including for men. So men who were satisfied with life more they were also more likely to realize their fertility intentions and not abandon them. Similarly, a study for Bulgaria has found that men with better psychological well-being are more likely to have positive fertility intentions, but they did not affect the negative intentions. And also, when fertility is discussed for men, then it's usually around economic factors and job-related and financial factors. But a study for Italy has found that subjective well-being very much mediates the relationship between, for example, job insecurity and fertility intentions, meaning then that job insecurity has a negative impact on fertility intentions if subjective well-being already has been lower beforehand. So I focus on two mental well-being outcomes, which have been discussed already in some presentations, loneliness and depression. They can be related, but they are two distinct concepts. And loneliness is then a perceived mismatch between the desired and actual social interaction and emotional attachment. And depression is a general mental state that can negatively affect your feelings, thinking, and everyday functioning. I will not talk so much about fertility intentions background because I think that this has been covered quite extensively and is quite well known. So for now, I have just formed a relatively general research question, and I'm trying to understand how loneliness and depression are associated with short-term as well as long-term fertility intentions among men in Estonia. So I also use the same GGS last wave data. I look at men aged 18 to 45 at the time of the interview. I distinguish those who are partnered from not partnered and who do not have any biological children of their own. I look at short-term and long-term intentions separately, and I group them into three groups, with the uncertain category or unsure category being a separate group as well. And loneliness and depression items then are the main explanatory variables. So besides the total loneliness, I also look at models where emotional and social loneliness are distinguished. And for depression, I use a dichotomized indicator to indicate those who are depressed with more symptoms. And depending on the model and the outcome, then the analytical sample size varies from around 526 to 554. And I use a multinomial logistic regression with the uncertain category as the reference to also understand what is behind this uncertain group, which I think is important to distinguish. And controls include then a variety of social demographic and economic indicators, including the housing ownership status, making ends meet, and the everyday activity limitations. And for those who are partnered, also then the partner's characteristics. So these are the first fertility intentions distributions for short and long-term intentions, and I group them then into three groups. So the uncertain or unsure category is around 11% in case of both short-term and long-term plans. And there are more people, men, saying that they do not intend to have children in the short term, whereas it is more balanced in case of long-term plans. Depression is, the majority people can be considered to not be depressed or have very small number of depression symptoms. But then people who do have higher score of depression are more like they're more, then they're more likely to say no, negative intention in the short-term plan, but in the long-term plan, the differences are not that different. These are descriptives. And also for loneliness, it is quite similar. Majority of people have quite a low score of loneliness. There's perhaps somewhat more people who are socially lonely. And again, people with higher scores then are more likely to report negative intentions, at least in the short term. In the long term, it is somewhat different. And yeah, for both emotional as well as social loneliness. But for the long term intention, the score is not, there are no significant differences. And this is the loneliness score then by age group, which shows that youngest people are the loneliest, and it then winds down by mid-age, which is also consistent with international literature on loneliness. And a similar gradient was for depression. And these are then the results summarized from the regression models, with the uncertain group being the reference category. And in general, there are slightly more associations emerging for the long-term, in case of long-term intentions, which is on the right hand. So first, there is only one association coming out for the depression. So men who are depressed, they are more likely to report negative fertility intention in the long term than compared to people with uncertain group. But it holds only then for the long-term intention and only for those who are not partnered. For the loneliness, it seems that the difference is more between those who state positive intention compared to the uncertain group. And then more lonely men are less likely to report the positive intention, but that holds then for short-term as well as long-term intention. And interestingly, for partnered people especially, and in case of the long-term plan also, then for the not partnered people. And then social loneliness seems to come out also as a significant association. But here, men who are more socially lonely are more likely, or well, less likely to report both negative as well as positive intention, meaning that then they're the most likely to report the uncertain intention. So these are the first findings, and there is still room to think what it means. But it seems that in general, there are some significant associations coming out. So I would say that well-being and mental well-being is a relevant factor in understanding fertility intentions, but it is related more to the long-term intentions, which is also consistent with some of the statements in the literature which say that that long-term intentions are more related with uncertainty because of the time perspective. So perhaps these findings are not so good indications of fertility as such, but more about uncertainty. And also it's good to keep in mind that long-term intentions are not generally considered as good predictors of fertility behavior. And finally, because some groups are underrepresented or overrepresented, so married people are overrepresented in this sample, which might mean that we have people with more mental health concerns, perhaps not so well represented in the sample. So that is important to keep in mind. But if you have any comments or questions, then I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. I think I would first like to explore your thoughts about a larger framing of your research. Some people, when talking about loneliness or social isolation, they refer to the social epidemics of loneliness or things related to that. And they very often tend to adopt the approach that stresses that people make bad choices when it comes to the lifestyle, to the exploration of social networks, to their leisure, whatever. And those bad choices could also include partnership choices or parenthood choices. I think you tend to frame your research differently, but could you perhaps comment on how your research relates to those social critiques of the loneliness epidemics, perhaps? If it is not that big a question.
It is a very big question, but...
Sorry.
And I mean, I'm not sure how well I'm familiar with that kind of literature. I mean, I am aware that there is a lot of talk about loneliness epidemics, or if that's what you mean. So I think, and that is maybe also a question itself. How much do we have that going on, and who is really affected? I'm not sure that this is about making bad choices. Because I'm not sure that that relationships have changed that fundamentally over time or over generations. So I don't think that it's about that. But it's maybe something which is quite old and has been there, but which just hasn't been maybe explored that well.
I know. I do have my feelings about this whole language. But at the same time, if it is an epidemic, it is a disease. It has to be cured, and therefore someone has to make different decisions. So it is publicly quite visible, and if you publish this or if you talk to journalists about loneliness and fertility, then it is likely to come up in those discussions. And then, I'm not asking only for yourself, but for all of us, what alternative accounts can we offer that would be taking a different stance?
What?
A different stance on loneliness and how it occurs and how it develops over the life course and how it relates to maybe even to parenthood choices or fertility intentions. So I do not have an answer. I was just curious to know whether you would be able to retell the story about loneliness using a different language. That's
a very good provocation and seed for coming up with interpretations, because I admit I don't have good interpretations yet. And I would be very careful in giving any policy suggestions, because that has been abused over the last 10 years. So I think that that maybe one thing is to think about how maybe some things is just for observing, for making observations, for understanding first what is really going on. And maybe, this kind of research would need going in depth into understanding what is it behind this loneliness exactly. So if it's more social loneliness, that means a mismatch between these interactions. I don't know if because it's not that it has come out only now that younger people are more lonely. So it's not only about social media, for example, as some people might claim. I personally think, at least, that it's not about that. So it's not like we have to ban social media or things like that. So something to think about more. I don't know. Yeah.
Could you explain this? Did you look at this educational gradient of this depressions and different types of not well-being?
I haven't looked at it now separately. It is controlled, though. But yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to look into separately. Yeah.
More comments? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
So during today's session, we got quite comprehensive picture of what is going in Estonia. Thank you, because we have three presenters from Estonia. Now we are moving to the last presentation about the predicting fertility intentions from the open-ended questions. Xiu Xiao. I'm not sure that I pronounce your name properly. Sorry for that. And
yeah, thank you. I think your pronunciation is really good already. Oh, didn't mean that. It's good. Thank you. So yes, my name is Xiao. I'm a PhD student from NIBI, and it's a great honor for me to be the last presenter for this conference. I hope that gives you a more impression. Today, our presentation is about predicting fertility intentions with open-ended questions in the Netherlands. This work is co-authored by Anne Bouthier, who is also here, and Hetsu from Groningen, and Anton van den Bosch from University of Utrecht. So we've been talking about fertility intentions in many previous slides, previous presentations, and we know it's at a central stage in explaining fertility behavior, especially in low fertility countries, such as in European countries and in Netherlands, of course. And there are already many models trying to modeling or predicting fertility intentions and discover determinants of fertility intentions and uncertainty, of course. But then if you look into this kind of literature, and you see that actually very little variance is explained through this kind of modeling. So I've been checking previous literatures, and if you look at the R-square, which is a commonly used matrix for measuring logistic regression models, you see they are mostly between 10% to 30%. That means the majority of the variance is not explained through this model. That means there is something we are not discovering when we are trying to build models for fertility intentions. So Vignoli has proposed this narrative framework where he claimed that the fertility dynamic is also based on people's own narrative, subjective feelings about their future. And we believe that to get information about this kind of narrative or perspective, it is best to simply ask the respondents themselves through open-ended questions. And fortunately, with the development of natural language processing methods, now we are capable of automatically analyze and process this kind of open data, and you can do almost qualitative research at a quantitative scale. So you can quickly process hundreds or thousands of documents through this kind of methods. So in previous literatures, we are already looking at what are the factors or determinants of fertility intention, uncertainty in fertility intention. So it's already basically widely accepted that age, migration status, economics. Wait, sorry, it's my bad. I should have deleted this. So age, relationship status, number of kids, family size, economic resources, and also need perspectives. Those are the main determinants of people's fertility intention. And there are also race, urbanization, contraceptive usage. These are relatively minor factors, but we all agree that the major factors are those life course markers or events. And we want to know what kind of new information can we discover through asking open-ended questions and incorporating them through our model. So we already have this short-term fertility intention question in the standard GGS questionnaire, where we ask people, do you intend to have a child in the next 3 years? Well, you can choose definitely yes, definitely no, probably yes, probably no, unsure. And followed by this, you also have long-term fertility intention questions and the ideal number of kids. So what we did in the Dutch GGS is that we added one open question after this module to ask people, can you tell us more about what makes you feel uncertain about whether or not to have children? Oh, sorry, I missed one slide. So this question is first asked in this panel as a pilot study before we push this question into the entire Dutch GGS. So in the list panel, we asked this question to 433 Dutch women aged between 21 and 44, and we get an average response length around 30 words. So this is of quite good quality. So we push this question into Dutch GGS, which is still ongoing, and currently we are sitting at around 8,000 respondents, but we expect to receive more respondents once we send the new invitation letter. And we already have more than 3,000 open responses to our questions so far. So now we have this question. We are trying to build a model for this. And since we are building this, we're trying to explain more variance into fertility intention through our vectors. We are not only looking at the significance level or in a traditional way. Instead, we made it into a prediction task where we hold a part of the sample as test set, and we only train our model in the training set, and then we see if our model can correctly predict the fertility intention of people in the test set. Therefore, we have a better understanding on the generalization ability of our model. Here we use a technique called cross-validation. Basically means we divide our entire data set into 4 or 5 parts, and we run it five times. Each time we hold one part of the data out and use the rest of the data to train our model to feed them into the logistic regression. And after that, we test our model on this new data set where the model haven't seen, and then we evaluate on accuracy, which is how, like, the percentage of the sample where we can correctly predict their fertility intention. And we also use F-score. This matrix is used to balance the results because sometimes you have a very imbalanced distribution. Like, there are more people who feel uncertain than certain, or there are like much more people who have a short-term negative fertility intention than positive. So we use F-score to balance things out. We use the logistic regression as our basic model. We build this model to predict 2 things. The first thing is if this respondent is certain or uncertain about their fertility intention. So if someone asks, when they are asked, are you going to have a child in the next 3 years? If he answered definitely yes or definitely no, then we treat him as certain. And for the rest of the respondents, they are uncertain about their short-term fertility intention. And also, we test on if this respondent is positive or negative about having a children. So if he or she said definitely yes or probably yes, then it's positive. If it's not, then it's not positive. So we have 2 models. We have 2 targets in this task. A baseline model where we always predict the majority category. So in the certainty case, there are more people who feel uncertain by our standard than certain. So this model will always predict that this new respondent is uncertain. And for those positive or not positive, the majority are not positive. So we always predict someone's not positive. This is the baseline, and if we are training a new model, we are incorporating knowledge into our model, we should perform better than this. And we can evaluate how much improvement we get through adding on information. Our basic model is a logistic regression model. It's based on like the commonly known factors such as age groups, partnership status, family size, employment status, education, income level. And the new model we are bringing here, where we added these open answers by vectorizing them, turning these open answers into vectors and concatenate them with existing features and see what kind of improvement that will bring us. Here are some real examples we received in our open questions. There are people talking about they are still enrolled in a university, still studying. There are people saying they want to move to a bigger house, a single family home before having kids. There are also people who are unsure about their current relationship, and well, there are also people who are very positive to having kids and say they absolutely love kids. These answers are all in Dutch, but we translated them into English. So how do we convert them into vectors? We use a technology called bag of words. So first step, we remove some stop words like I am, in, a, and this kind of words. They don't carry any information. So we remove them from the text. And then we count the occurrence of each word. For example, in the first response, you see like currently, still, enrolled, this kind of words, they all occurred once. So we write down 1 for them. And it's not enough to only look at single words, because sometimes combination of words, they also make sense. For example, rented apartment, enrolled university, have a boyfriend, get married. This kind of phrases, they are also counted in this bag of words. So through this way, we turn each document into a vector where it consists of the occurrence of each word. So here are the results of our models. Our baseline model, when we are predicting certainty, the accuracy is around a little bit higher than 50%, because we have 50% of people who say they are uncertain and 50% people who say are certain. If we use the commonly used indicators, we have an accuracy of around 0.62. That means 62% of accuracy. And by adding these textual features, adding these open answers, we have a higher accuracy at 66%. And the F-score, where we counted in the balancing issue, well, baseline model does not apply here because it's always predicting one label. You have 0 cases for another label, so after balancing, the number is 0, but you still can see that by including these textual features, we have a better performance in predicting the intention, but in predicting uncertainty in these intentions. And here are the most important features in both models. To your left is the one without textual features, and to your right is the one with those features. So to your left, you can see that age groups, income level, number of kids, they matter most in determining whether people is certain or uncertain. You see like older people tend to be more certain and younger people more uncertain. That's kind of expected. And you have higher income people within a higher income group and lower income group. They are both more certain, and people in the middle are a bit more uncertain. But once you include these textual features, you have some new observation. So to your right, you see, for those who feel certain about their fertility intention, they very often mention the word completed or complete family or enough. So that means they have a feeling that their current family size is already ideal. And that's some new information we didn't get in our traditional model. And now we have model also predicting positivity, so whether this respondent is positive about having a kid or not. So we still have our baseline model, where the majority are not planning to have a kid in the next 3 years. So you see, by using age, family, socioeconomic factor, you add almost no new information in this model. But by adding textual features, you do get an improvement in the accuracy and also the F-score of the model. That means, again, we are getting new knowledge, new information from those open answers. And now again, look at those features. So you see like the more to your left, still the model based on age, socioeconomic factors. You see people with 0 kids, they are more positive about having kids. And those who are like current occupation is housekeeping, they are more negative about having kids. But also, when we are using this new textual features, you see that those people who mention enough, this word, they tend to be more negative about having kids. So this is also relevant to family size, and you see that income features are less important when we are including this textual features. That means this kind of the income level, they are still there, but some of its importance are distributed into certain narratives people are talking about. So it's more concrete rather than only a number of income. So this is still very rudimentary results. It's still preliminary experiment, but we can already draw some conclusions from this. So we know that these open-ended questions provide untapped subjective narratives from respondents. Some of these narratives are supplement existing determinants, for example, age and family size. So we already know family size, but by adding these open answers, we know people's feeling about their family size, whether it's complete, it's ideal, it's enough, or it's, well, they still want to have more. And we also found some new latent themes that are not included in closed-ended questions. For example, health issue, well, you can somehow get information about this in closed-ended questions, but in our answers, you can find people mentioning certain disease, certain conditions, including psychological conditions. These are new latent themes that can be easily added through asking open-ended questions. And by adding this textual information, we get improved performance in predicting fertility intentions. And therefore, hopefully, in the future, when we get access to actual fertility behavior, these textual features would also help us to get a better understanding on these dynamics. Our future work, including expanding this experiment to the entire Dutch GGS dataset once it's ready. And our current classification algorithm is not optimized for textual features because logistic regression is usually not used to run on hundreds of features, which is a common case for analyzing text. So that means there are still a lot of room of improvement in the performance of our model. And there are huge untapped potential in these open answers with more modern latest technologies such as large language models. So this is our study. Thank you for your attention, and you're welcome.
Oh, you can see how people are interested in
Perhaps I will be not very popular, but I would like to have some remarks regarding your conceptual story. And the conceptual story that starts that the TPP does not include uncertainty. It includes uncertainty because as we know, and of course, I'm not defending Eisen, but wanted to speak out. Forming intention is one side, as everybody knows here in this room, having different attitudes about different relevant attitude objects. But if you are, in your attitude, you are uncertain and unsure that it is included in forming intention, and that is the same story. Not only included, but it's weighted according how important you feel that about that. So in the theory, uncertainty in this sense is included. So my second point, it's theory of planned behavior. So it is intention is predicting behavior, making child or not making child, so not getting the child. That's another story, but is further. And in that regard, probably we could have asked in the questioning whether you are having intimate relation in the last night or in the last week. Do you have or do not have contraception and using what and how long, etc., etc. Because the theory is practically about behavior, and that is another step. I only wanted to make it clear in the sense that I think we are, how to say, simplifying very much and saying that the TPP is only about rational, how to say, calculation. It's not only rational calculation, but it is, how to say, balancing different aspects of life, consciously and unconsciously. Ambivalence is in there, from that point of view. Not directly in my mind, but indirectly, ambivalence is in there. Because if you are thinking, my freedom will be less or more. It's of course not a calculation. It's a feeling about what if you get a child, what will be the consequence. So I only wanted to make this point a little bit more clear, because with the time, my feeling is that we are simplifying this kind of theory and saying uncertainty is not there. It is there, but we try to ask a question, yes or no, or are you doing sex now for having a child or not? So that's another little bit more concretizing this story. That it doesn't mean that your research is, how to say, irrelevant. It's relevant because it's additional information about that context that you mentioned. But I wanted to make this point because we are speaking so much about intentions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments. Yes, I totally agree with you. And of course, I'm not against the theory of planned behavior here. So what I want to say is that, well, of course we know there is uncertainty at this feeling when making this decision, but it would be helpful if we can somehow quantify this, because there's currently no way to incorporate it into a model. You cannot say you can ask what's the degree of uncertainty you have? Are you 20% degree or 30% degree? So by eliminating more and more variance in this model, so you are more aware what is true uncertainty, how to put that. So when we are looking at these answers in a separate study, we are also finding that people would say that they are uncertain, they do not have a plan, and they don't want to have a plan. That could happen. So you can capture this, and what we want here is, by using this kind of narratives, you capture more and more of this. So we push that, say, the explained variance from 20% to maybe, say, 40%. That's already one step ahead for us. But yeah, thank you for your insight.
I can give Martin time to get the mic and ask a question in between. Thanks for this very inspiring talk. Of course, I'm wondering how this approach could be further improved. First question or suggestion would be, have you looked at a model that would just have a binary indicator of people who made some sort of statement and others who didn't? So imagine that whoever has an open statement in that box is maybe already more likely to be more certain about his or her attitude, and maybe doesn't make that much of a difference over what the statement is. So maybe just using a model where there's a binary variable statement or no statement, and compare that to the final model would be interesting. Second thought, there were a few keywords where I was more convinced than with other keywords that they would be meaningful. Like if somebody would use the word kids, that could be in whatever context, and I don't really know what the argument then would be. So maybe there could be a few keywords that should also be deleted, like the word I or and, because they must come up in such a statement due to the question. And last remark, of course, how feasible do you think it would be to actually code those statements by hand, like go through maybe not all 3,000, but let's say 500 statements, and look at them, read them, and make up your mind and categorize them by hand into meaningful categories and see whether that improves your models?
All right, thank you for your questions. So for the first one, I think you're asking if there's a difference between those who answered the question and who did not answer the question. So actually, we have a very high response rate for those open-ended questions. Like, people are usually very passionate in writing something about it. We have people who write like thousands of words on this, so they also like to express their opinion. And we find very few non-responses. Like, there are, I don't know, maybe around between 5 to 10% of people who said like something like nothing, no, not available, like this kind of responses, but the majority of people give a certain narrative in their answers. Well, but it's definitely interesting to see if this non-response group have something different from the rest of the sample. So yeah, thanks for that. And the second question is about subwords. So it's always tricky to do feature engineering in this kind of works because, well, you want to remove those words that you know won't make much difference in your model, but you also bear in mind you cannot bring too much prior judgments into the model by adding, because you read the answers, you read the responses, and you read the results already, and then you came back and say, well, now I decided to eliminate some features, and it's not, well, there's your own decision into the model. But so you have to be very careful in looking at this. So what we are currently doing is we remove stop words other than the commonly accepted meaningless words. We remove them by frequency. So if a word occurs too much, we also remove them. And we can tune this kind of threshold to see if we can get kids removed from that certain model. And I'm very happy about your last question because we are thinking the same thing and we are already annotating these answers. Well, we are only annotating the pilot study, so that's around 400 documents. We basically already finished that, and we are now aligning among annotators. So thank you for your suggestion, and I hope you keep following up our study on this.
Well, my two questions have been answered already, so I just wanted to make a minor point about the graphs.
Yeah.
Some of them, when you put up two graphs showing the strength of an effect or the explanatory power, I would recommend that the scales on the y-axis be the same, so that what is a taller bar would mean by definition a stronger effect. Here you go. On the left hand, you go up to 0.75, and on the right hand side, you go up to 1, and then the comparisons are a little bit misleading. Just a tiny point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll definitely pay attention to this.
Yes, just a comment that I could imagine that people making remarks, whether they're childless or whether they already have a child, could be very different, because once you have a child, then you might make comments about the pregnancy, about the birth, about having a small child. So I tend to think that they could be very different.
Yes, actually we are looking at this in another separated paper. We are already writing. We do different from those people who have a kid and who do not have a kid, and you notice that they use different narratives, especially about family. For example, like those who have a kid commonly mention like their current family size, either it's ideal or not ideal, or like taking care of the children, or be more afraid of getting pregnant, like they are afraid of the the psychological impact, the health issues that may rise when they're having a kid. So yeah, there is definitely a difference, and we are looking into this. But yeah, thank you for this.
So I think these are really cool methods, and I'm trying to get my head around exactly what you're trying to do. What I'm questioning, though, is why you're trying to get rid of uncertainty, per se. Because people are uncertain, they're just uncertain. They're ambiguous. People can have multiple thoughts in their head simultaneously. So if I understand correctly, you're trying to read their thoughts based on what they've written down. But it seems to me like it would be a much better exercise simply to do some sort of categorization of what their thoughts are. And perhaps that's one of the aims of the project as well. But I just find it a little bit, I don't want to say objectionable, but like to try to convince us that they're actually going in one direction or another, and that they're more certain than they actually state in the survey. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. Yeah, I think it's quite philosophical in a sense. So, well, currently when we are looking at uncertainty, it's like a giant black mist. Something's in there, and we have very few studies looking into this. But one thing, I know for sure is that like what we call uncertainty at this moment is not universal. So you have some people who say they are uncertain simply because they are very young, they are still studying, or even they're 20-year-olds, they don't even think about this concept. And also you have people who prefer not to make a plan. There are, for example, religious people who say they don't believe in planned fertility because it's the wish of the God, and when the kids come, it will come. And what we want to do is to try to make some rough distinction between this all different uncertainty. It's all called uncertainty at this moment. But if we have a better understanding on what exactly type of uncertainty they are having, maybe it's also helpful for us to understand their behavior and to maybe, for example, help them to achieve their fertility goal. Maybe they're uncertain only because of certain economic constraints, not because they truly believe you shouldn't have a plan.
And I think that's really interesting, how you just described it, to find out what their answers are, whether it's because they're younger or they don't have a plan. And I would like to see a presentation that actually kind of goes into those ideas a bit more, to try to classify these different types of uncertainty. I think that would be really worthwhile. But trying to reduce their uncertainty, it seems like a kind of a strange goal relative to understanding, because that's the whole point of asking the open-ended questions, is to better understand what are these different types of uncertainty. So I would encourage you to explore that and make that much more explicit, maybe not in this particular paper, but in some paper in the future.
Yeah, thank you for that. We are definitely going to present in the future on what exact type of narratives or uncertainty people are expressing, so please keep posted.
Since Martin already commented on y-axis scale, maybe I'll make one remark that's of minor importance. In the beginning, you made a remark like common regression models only explain between 10 and 30% of the variance, so there must be some further explanations out there that we need to find. That may be true, but I would argue it doesn't need to be true. It could just be that we are all individuals with personal preferences. Some people hate kids, some love kids, and there do not need to be social predictors explaining this. So yes, it's worthwhile looking for further explanations, but the truth could be that there are not so many further explaining variables.
Yeah, thank you. So with this kind of open answers, I think we are trying to expand the definition of explainable variables. So, because if you don't ask, you don't have information on this. For example, there are also examples where you ask people what makes you feel concerned about certain socio-economic issues such as COVID or war in Ukraine. If you don't ask, they're also hidden in this kind of uncertainty or this kind of unknown variance. But if you ask, you get more information. And this is also what we are trying to do here. We want to ask about what kind of factor that we can realistically incorporate into future models. And there are also some kind of narratives that we believe you cannot use it for prediction. Like I said, some people who say they don't have a plan. But then you're basically stepping into that giant dark mist of uncertainty and you make it shrink a little bit. That's what we're trying to do.
I'm sorry, I have to cut our discussion. I'm really glad that this lively discussion started at this last presentation. It is a good predictor of the interesting topic you touched, and good luck for your further investigation. I think you received enough comments how to manage these things. Thank you. So now it's time to summarize our conference. I would like to ask Anne Gauthier and Agnieszka to close, Juan Dominczak to close the conference, and I would also add something at the end of this closing ceremony. And I found that 7 persons are interested to go to the library, so we will arrange this visit.
Dear colleagues, woo, what a journey. At times I felt like it was a sprint to finish a session, and at times I felt like I was running a marathon, and I was towards the last kilometers. But what I like so much is that it was done in such collaborative atmosphere. Most of the presentation were about work in progress, and that's exactly what we want in User Conference. This is, in a sense, a safe environment where we feel free to try something and see the reaction. Are people saying, ooh, this doesn't make sense? Or are people saying, whoa, this is pretty exciting? This is exactly what you have achieved. And of course, I'm super happy about that. There was a lot of feedback in the room, outside of the room, many new ideas, many new suggestions. I can only reiterate how important it is to have all this new generation of researchers involved here. As I said at the opening, the future of the GGP is in your hands. So get involved, make the best out of it, learn how we try to run this infrastructure, because it will be you doing it in a few years. So this is a call for all of you, the young people, please get involved. But of course, all of this would not have been possible without the amazing work that the organizing committee did. And on that, I'm much grateful. I'm going to ask them to come to the stage here, if they're still here. Anita, Victoria, Irena is already here. Monica, please come to the Pavel, Marta, the other Marta, and Joanna. You've seen them all during this conference, but I really think you've done a truly amazing job in making us so welcome. And of course, we've been eating way too much in this conference. So now I feel really bad that what we brought from the Netherlands is more food to give you. So, but I'll have a small token of appreciation for all of you in a second. But already Irena wanted to...
Marta was not visible during this our conference because she was at the background, but her work during last month created a background, a frame to work together. So all these members of the organizational staff were very, very strong, engaged in the preparing this meeting. Thank you.
And of course, it doesn't stop there. Of course, the scientific committee did also a wonderful job. And Olga just left, but Olga, Ivan from Croatia, and Pavel, you did a wonderful job. Thank you. And I especially appreciated so much that you brought this also different style of session together. And I think it worked perfectly well with a lot of breaks, lots of time for interaction. So again, thank you very much for that. Of course, we got some funders for this conference, the European Commission. We got funding from the local. We have also political support for this, for the GGP, and we're very grateful that Agnieszka is here, that Anna, is here. And finally, just say a big thank you, of course, to my own team at NIDI that helped collect the data, helped process the data, and also to Ariana from NIDI, to Ahmed from BIB. We form, I think, a pretty amazing team. So, thank you to all of you.
What can I add? I think I would like to thank you all for coming to Warsaw and being here with us, sharing your ideas, sharing your research. Big thank you to Anne and the entire NIDI team for entrusting us with organizing this conference. It was an enormous pleasure and honor to have you here. We are in a very special room that is devoted to the memory of Professor Janina Jóźwiak, who was a person that basically brought Poland to GGP, or GGP to Poland, together with Professor Kotowska and the entire team. So it is a very touchy moment for us as well, because it's been a lot of work during these times to be in the GGP, to start with the first surveys, to develop a team. Yesterday we got a very nice message from Professor Paweł Kubicki, who was with us for most of the conference, saying that he definitely appreciates how the entire team is working, and I must say that it is really an important thing that we are a team, we are part of a big team, and due to this kind of exchanges in international cooperation, we are able to do research which is really following the kind of excellence that we all strive for, and having such interactions, as Anne said, is definitely a way to do that. So thank you very much. See you on the next conferences in other places. See you in joint work together for the GGP and taking it forward, and keeping fingers crossed that despite all the problems that we have that have been discussed, also with getting our respondents to be involved with new methods, new research, we will be continuing this forward. So keeping fingers crossed, and thank you very much.
Yeah.
Monica?
I will take first of all, big round of applause. I will take the liberty to say a few words as the almost final person of final. You see, there is a big argument here. No, but first of all, I want to start on a personal note. We started this presentation with the address from Professor Kotowska, remembering 20 years ago the EPC conference here in Warsaw. It was exactly 20 years ago. And it was the EPC 20 years ago was my very first demographic conference, when I was the student running around, bringing different items, doing all the cleaning and carrying heavy tables. And I still do that. Actually, we are still doing that. That's weird. But that was exactly 20 years ago. I was just accepted for the PhD at Max Planck then. It was precisely 20 years ago. And I can't imagine how wonderful 20 years this has been. And this is also thanks to all of you guys who are forming a wonderful community, the community that is really renewing itself generation to generation. So also from my side, great thank you, and I want to once again reiterate that all of this would not have happened, first of all, if not for Marta Stitz, but Professor has, and we do have small tokens of appreciation also on our side. Victoria is already next to her, so I will tell also big thank to Victoria, because and Professor Kotowska, sorry. exactly, who were really working extremely hard in the months before this conference to make it happen. And wonderful, wonderful job. Thank you so, so much for doing that, for being here. Thank you a lot. And I thought that Pavel wanted also to wish you a happy journey, but I mean, yeah, exactly. I think that he's also going to say happy trip back home. But I honestly hope that you will come back to Warsaw. I hope that you enjoyed the city. I hope that we sparked your interest in visiting us more and more. Martin Cradle, that has just left, is our neighbor, Czech, and this was the first time he was in Warsaw. So we think we need to fix that. We need to have more people coming over. And we have more flowers coming. So thank you so much. And Pavel, yeah?
I can say only one word also for you. Thank you very much, Monika. I think that, you hold it, all the lines, all the... yeah. All the keys for that conference. So thank you very much. Without you, it would be impossible. And I also want to thank the PhD students that were extremely helpful. And I also remind the times when I also participated as the volunteer in the European Population Conference nearly 20 years ago. So thank you. I hope that. Yeah.
This is when we met.
Yeah, exactly.
This is when we met 20 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I also wish you a safe trip home. Thank you.
And for more food, enjoy the lunch.
Nie wyłączać? Dobra, okej.
you.